Hello there. Hello. Testing, testing. Just got to check that my software is on. Testing, testing. Yeah, cool. Welcome back to the Kenney Jam. I've had 5 hours sleep, which is enough. It's second day. Let's take a look at the jam page. Show you Kenney Jam 2025. We've got almost exactly a day left. We're going to do about 3 streams today. We're going to do three-hour streams probably. One now till lunch, one after lunch, and a last one after dinner. We've got a whole load of things to do. Let's take a look. Let's open up the checklist. So we've got to do some really cool effects for the Smash. We've got to do some enemies. We've got to do some host join logic. Some hit effects, some damage effects, some enemy spawning, some win condition. We've got a basic level, but we probably want a more interesting level. We need a character select, and then we've got some stretch goals, and then I do need to fix that the mouse hand disappears occasionally. So, let's get to it. What we are building today, game jam based on the theme power. So I'm going to open up the project in the background here. Making this smashing game, you click your mouse and drag to power up a bar, and then you fire in the direction. So that's what we're building. The rules are a little bit unclear on whether I can actually create my own UI elements. So we've got, oh, what's this? I don't even know what that is. We've got some messages lying around in the community hub. So we've got these 2 questions. Do UI shaders count as shaders? Because if we go and look at the jam, it says custom materials and shaders are allowed. Textures should be sourced from the assets. I'm not using any textures for my UI, I'm using maths. It's not allowed to use models, textures, or other assets that come with your game engine, which is the cube. So I've got another question. There's, oh, it won't let me open that. Okay. Well, here we have, for engines with sprite billboards, is it a violation of the no primitives rule? You don't create a primitive. Engines like Godot are internally created a plane at runtime to display your texture. That's fine. It will visually turn up as a sprite as long as the sprite is of a Kenney or K asset. In my case, same deal. I need to create a plane. So I've got a plane that's rendering this. You see all these objects. Now if I put 6 planes together, I get a cube. My question was, can I just put your assets on a cube? Because I want to do 2D, 3D. So we'll see. It may be a no. And in the event that it's a no, we will literally we'll just turn this into a 2D game, and we won't do the 3D rule because we're going for the 1 pack. So that'll be a shame. Because it looks really cool. Basically. I'm going to take a picture. Post for more for more clarity here. Are you serious? It's not letting me reply. Fuck's sake. Anyway, whatever. We'll leave that there. Okay, let's crack on. I don't want to spend too much time ruminating over that for a moment. Let's get going. We were trying to look for the worm's power bar here. We've got this like charge bar. It's cool. It's cool and all. In my project right now, it's got this big. It looks kind of weird. I wanna update it. So let's go widget _ drag power. Just make it visible and set the percent to 1. Interesting. I'll change that face. Apparently I left the face as like an ouch face. Go with this face. Okay. So for whatever reason, we're not even seeing this bar if I don't bind to these feathers. Should be non-hit test invisible. Is in viewport. I guess there might be a problem where it's like it's not in the viewport. If it's not in the viewport, add to viewport. Why am I not seeing it now? Well, anyway, that's the bar right now. Let's go take a look at the material. I wasn't super keen on it, and it might actually not be kept anyway. Border thickness, I'm just gonna go 0. Top scale and bottom scale I'm gonna change. Not the worst. I'm not super happy with it though. Just something about the colours. I want to go something more sort of cutesy. It's kind of nice. We'll go with that. This should probably be flipped. Play with the curve a little bit. Let's try that. So then we've got our progress bar on the right as well. Let's go take a look at that. Background color, steal this. Feels a little bit more pastel-y, which I think fits the theme a little bit more. So we'll stick with that. Okay. Let's get some juice. Let's get some juice. Smash Shockwave. So what I want to do is UE5 transparent shockwave material. UV distortion. Ripple, I guess. Sound ripple. Yeah, so that's basically what I want. I want exactly that.
Imagine being able to build.
So when we hit a surface, depending on the speed, we're going to have this kind of ripple happen. See if they shared it. Using Niagara. So all they're doing find the material graph here. They get a ring, and then they Fresnel it into the refraction. The Fresnel just allows it to, I guess, fade out on these edges. Well, let's have a go. So SLB art material m_ripple. Get a plane. It says VFX are allowed, so this is a VFX. Get an instance of this on our plane. Let's do custom node. Let's get our old friend over here. I'm going to open our last chat. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. Create the HLSL with our rules, with our formatting, which creates multiple rules using UV coordinates, rings, variable thickness, count, softness. It tended to go into refraction node. Should Fresnel at the edge of the plane it's on. I say Fresnel on the edge. I don't need to use a Fresnel to do that. Oh, why did it put it in two separate things? I hate that. Three, 4, 5, 6. We're getting a ripple, which is good. Sadly, that's a Fresnel power from the inside. But basically, yeah, boom. This is what I want to happen whenever you hit like a real hard smash, just like ripples it out. This this opacity is not good though. Adding a color. Strange that it had refraction and then just didn't. I guess if your camera's like dead on, it doesn't work. It's pretty funny if I want to make like an underwater bit. It makes it a little bit difficult. What? Anyway, the idea is ripple, blam. Play with the opacity. The thing about the opacity that I'm noticing is it's not, that Fresnel value is not useful. It's pretty cool to go inverted. It like makes the effects like way more epic. What I need to do though is add just like a gradient. Radial gradient. Named reroute this just to gradient and then move that out of the way. Just get my gradient. To multiply it in a couple of places. Still, it's still multiplying on the edge here. Despite controlling this refraction. Use a circle from the center of the UVs with a curve for black and white gradient. Use this to disable refraction towards the outside of the circle. That now. You can see here it's still, oh, it works if you inverse, maybe. Either way, that seemed to mostly break it. I'm just going to go back up and grab the original. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll go with this. Right. Let's get this to happen anytime we hit a wall at some decent speed. assumedly. We've got to be able to determine when we hit a wall, how hard we should hit the wall. Or how hard we are hitting the wall. Event hit. Get velocity. Length. And we'll just print it for now. Sure that this is returning hit events, which it is. So you'll see we get a bunch of zeros in there. 50, 1,500. Okay. Right, alright. Let's double check on our Jam 2025 community tabs. For the rules, this. These, leave it there. I just need to decide how I'm going to spawn this effect. Could use Niagara, possibly. I'm worried that if I use Niagara, better than spawning a blueprint, I guess. Let's make a Niagara for this. Niagara system ripple. Right renderer. It's going to use more material. Facing the camera. Be okay. Put that in our scene just to see how it looks in action. Okay, so it's not local. Now it's local. Let's change the size. Uniform sprite size, cool. Scale sprite size. It's happening over 1 second. Don't know if this is a good idea. Well, I don't know why this isn't rendering correctly, actually. Rendered fine when it was on a plane. Maybe it's because it's facing the camera. System facing vector. Stop facing my camera, please. guessing there's a facing vector in here. Let's say x1. That'll do. Let's increase the size a little bit more. Really, I want it to just fade. So what you can do is you can get a particle color. And I would like to multiply that there. If I have a refraction of 0, what does it do? It looks like that. If I have a refraction of 1, what does it do? It looks like nothing. That's what I want to happen. Lerp using this gradient between whatever it is and this. So that's the wrong way around. There we go. So now it's actually a circle that has a fade, and I can control certain parameters to get an effect that I want. I kind of like it being like overpowered in this sort of way. It's just a little bit more obvious. And then here we don't mind about that. It can just explode. But then we're going to take color over life. So scale color here. Remember how you scale it down over time. The easiest way to do this might be to just make another Niagara system and pick something that probably has a scale over life fade on it, like this one. Which of course it does not. I don't remember how to do this. Float from a curve. Curve is normalized age. That might already be working. Nope. Oh right, yeah. So I didn't apply the multiplication of the particle color node here. So what I need to do is multiply this gradient down based on the opacity. So it flies off and then does that. And then I also need to apply that same multiplication to our color. In fact, our gradient, I'm just going to change the gradient. It'd be easier to just change the gradient. Let's go up here. This gradient falls off with the opacity of the effect. There. So now we have shockwave. And then we just need to control the size. So hopefully that works out fine. Some new music today. So let's hit play and see how that looks. Cool. Let's say if this is more than 300, then we will spawn Niagara. Spawn system at location. It'll be our ripple. Location will be, may as well be the actor location. But we can use the hit location. The scale will map the range of the velocity. So you're clamped 300 to 1500. We'll do 0.5 to 2 maybe. Let's just see how that looks. Right, so of course these are not once. These are not going once. They're looping. So we're getting something there where it's above 300. We'll have a little pooling mode in here, auto release. We also want, what else do we want? Some camera shake, but I think we need to up. We could do a retriggerable delay here, just 0.2. What this one says is calling it again will reset the countdown rather than the regular delay, which is just ignored. What we do is add a do once here. So we want to do it immediately. Sequence. Retriggerable delay that resets the do once. So the default scale is way too big. I don't even think it's scaling it. Here, yeah, scaling it does nothing. That's Google. Or Super Google. Open ChatGPT. Niagara local set particle not respecting scale of system. How to make Niagara particle use local scale when scaling consistent in editor view. Particle initialized particle sprite scale there should be a system scale. Okay, this is working. So we do 100 on the little pops, 800 on the big ones? Yeah. Sorry, no. 100, and then we do 1 by 8. Okay, no, this is 1. So 1 times scale, it should look like that. And at 8 times scale, it should look like that. So here, we're going to scale it. To lock the mouse, it's kind of annoying. Okay, so the next thing is to just have some perpendicular sort of smoke effect happening when the hit happens. It just like pops out sideways, and just a general like pop that occurs. So ns underscore, we'll just do we'll just call it dust. Dust. Create a new material for that one. A new folder here, VFX. So for our dust, I'll do this. Basically just get rid of most of it. I guess we can keep color. Let's get rid of this. Don't need that, don't need refraction. Just turn refraction off. Depth, we want depth back. So we have color, and we're going to use simple orange for that. See what textures we have. Let's try this texture. Well, I was multiplying color. I'm multiplying color in my other material. Anyway, yeah, let's get some dust in. System for dust here. Change this renderer to our dust mode. Odd, it crashed. First crash of the day, everybody. Happy days. So I'm just going to change this to our dust. Just check that out in here. Got one dust. Just want some sprite rotation rate in here. Why doesn't it face the X vector? I don't understand. Add a module to sprite facing. You can do this in the particle update or initialize particle depending on add a new set variables module. Okay. Initialize particle for set variable. Set new or existing parameter. No parameters to add a parameter. Okay, let's do that. And we'll grab this. Do this as custom. Wait, what did it say? Alignment or custom facing vector alignment? Custom alignment. Down in facing. There we go. So now it's always facing the X, which is very nice. Okay. I want to do the same. I want to do the same in the ripple, I think. has now possibly broken it. That has broken it. That's pretty annoying. Worked on the dust mote. Okay. Really get the camera shaking because it's going to sell the ripple a lot more. Okay. Anyway, back to our dust. We want spawn burst. Edge in between like 3 and 6. And want it to move left and right locally. So it sets a local space. Bomb burst, cool. It's just scaling up right now, so particle update velocity. Vector from an array. B. We'll do a random range vector. Should be fine. Actually, no, it's not Z. It's not X, it's Y. And then we can have like 50. Sometimes it kicks upwards, hopefully. I'm gonna get rid of this background. There we go. It's black on the outside of this material, so I don't want to multiply it by this, because then we get the outline of this black. I just want the color, and the alpha will control where the color is visible. That'll save us from getting that black outline we were seeing, hopefully. This a little bit. It's being multiplied by gradient, which again, we don't want to do that either. In fact, we don't want to do that on our ripple either. We just want a color. So this will be when we hit the ground or the wall. Cool. It's a bit big, so we might need to change the scale of it, but so now we'll just get our dust motes happening as well. So we'll spawn a system at a location. We'll use an X Z, I think. So we're going to use the hit normal as our Z, and our X is make vector. It's just going to be straight towards the camera. Location will be where we got hit. Auto release. We'll use the dust. See if that's. Let's see if that works. Hey Kev, I don't know if I missed your message because I've just been concentrating a bunch. Welcome. If you haven't seen the channel before, we do a lot of different things. We do UI, we do multiplayer game, scripting, all in Unreal stuff, right? Tech art, we do some animation bits. We do all sorts. Do all sorts. I'm gonna hide the other effect for a second. What scale is my dust right now? It's 1 times. It does look good. That's cool. What's gonna happen is it's gonna spawn, ideally, it's gonna spawn somewhere like here. So I should see it. Seeing it though. Let's just do a rotation that's just from our X vector for now. Let's do it slightly differently.
Thank you for helping me remember
I want it to happen more frequently
when the light
than the
and lands is still.
So we've got the sequence here. We're just going to wrap this with a ripple, and then we'll take
I shall grant you dusk.
this down here. Let's got this dust. We'll also want at least some kind of frequency control. But I don't mind it happening a little bit more frequently, is the idea. So we'll do that. I'm going to disable the ripple. Is that not working? I'm not actually spawning any dust. There we are spawning dust. The hit location. Okay. What I'm going to do is play with the facing vector that I created. Okay, so they need to be unlit. In fact, both of these effects need to be unlit. I'm guessing I'm guessing that the ripple needs to be lit in order to work. Yeah. But now we get these little puffs of smoke. They're not oriented to our landing rotation. So let's try and get it to work in that regard, or a hit rotation, I should say. All I need to do is play with the dust instance color. Bit too dark. Oh dear, matches the palette, I think. And then we do need a little bit of velocity check in here. Okay, more than 50 we'll use as our condition. Sorted, our ZX worked, and our velocity is now going to clamp it from happening all the time. But it'll happen on most of the impacts, which is cool. It'd be funny if it was the color of my character. Maybe I could work that into the design. if you're a red character, like little red dust motes left behind. Okay, now let's plug the ripple back in. Change this guy's face. Let's make him happy. I think what it needs on that dust is a little bit more upwards kick. I don't know if the sort of like soft gradient fade is the right look, so I'm just gonna try it as a solid moat and see how that looks. Cute, but they're way too big now. Let's play with the size quickly. Yeah, I liked it before. The fact that it's in front of my character is kind of annoying, so I'm going to add just -5 to the hit. Okay, -15. What's going on? Where is this dust being spawned? How is it in front of everything? You know what? I don't need to do that because now it's opaque. Now it's transparent. Okay, so something else that I want on this hit effect. So just bring this over. Now the effects here. Just going to make a new material. M_FX. Streak. We'll call this M_FX dust. M_FX. Oops, I did that wrong. Okay, so for our streak, we take that particle color and put that directly into our opacity. Come here and just say I want an unlit translucent asset that is a color. Sorted. That's all we want from this material. Got coffee. I do have coffee. Oh. So this is our material, and then inside of our dust we're just going to copy this. We're going to use that basic material. Get this green color apparently. I just want it to be white, so we'll go with that. So we've got this spinning thing. We don't want that. We don't want rotation rate on the initialized particle for the sprite scale. Here we have, it says uniform. I want non-uniform. I want it to be a multiply vector 2D. Be float. Multiply vector 2D by float. Multiply vector 2D by float. Float is the length of a vector. The vector is the system scale. So if the system is bigger, this will be bigger. The size of these sprites, I'm just going to make it big for now. 50 by 50, okay. X, I want to just be 5. Okay, so you see we got these lines, right? These lines are coming out. I want those to be based on velocity. So now you have these like little lines that pop out that are cool. Their velocity I want to just be a little bit stronger, so see how that feels. So for the burst, I don't want too many of these. I actually think I did the size a little bit too much. I also want these to fade based on their UV. One minus in here. You see now it just fades towards the end. I'm just going to curve this. Cool to have, it could be cool to have more of these. We'll say between 4 and 6, but the initial velocity is also 0. Actually, sorry, so minus 50. So when we look at the X, it should come towards the camera. It doesn't seem to affect the velocity though. The for the facing vector. That didn't really work as well as I hoped, so I'm going to go back down to 3 to 5. Particle size 4 by 100. C scale, just stick at 0 still here. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, so we got hard to see it. That's the main issue. Basically the same color as the background. Change their lifetime. Now we just need the camera shake. Get the camera shake in. Got hit effects mostly. And now we're just going to do the smashy shockwave. Actually, we did the smashy shockwave. Okie dokie. So another sequence here. Camera shake. We're going to play a world camera shake on this one. Might be really annoying in 2-player actually. Let's shrink this down a bit. Fraction's not working as well as I want again. Hmm. Lifetime of this is too short. Okay, camera shake, camera shake, camera shake. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, add a world camera shake. We're gonna need to, yeah, sort of camera shake base, epicenter, hit location. Play with the shake after. Just need to see it working. It's not doing it. Okay. So it's technically a VFX, sure. How do you define a camera shake? Disabled it by accident. I'll restart it. Re-enable those camera shakes. Okay. Let's test. I need to preload those particles because it just looks horrible otherwise. Looking too bad. Just gotta get my enemies in, and that shockwave is gonna kill the enemies. Test it in co-op as well. So it's 9:41. We've got plenty of time to test in co-op today. Camera shake. Shake light. Actually, we'll just do shake hit. Window. There should be a shake previewer somewhere. Tools. Single instance. It's changed, okay. Berlin. I'm gonna preview this. This is what I'm used to. So we're going to get rid of this other one because I think this is a new gameplay camera system, which we're not using. This shake, that's fine. Should be a way to preview the camera shake. Shake previewer, shake hit, play. Okay. So essentially, essentially we just play with the properties. So if we make this rotation amplitude like 50 and then hit play, Shake's previewing is off. Camera shakes. Okay, so rolling is never good, so never do roll. Pitch, I want to be quite short. Increase the magnitude. Timing, duration. Try this. Okay. On. Do shake hit. Gonna multiply this by the mapped range of the velocity. So essentially, if we're moving quickly, we'll have a decent shake, but that's a lot rarer, so it'll be a lot less of a headache. Okay, sorry, I'm just got to check my messages because I'm trying to sell a table table that I bought. This table, right? I upgraded my setup. Got a new camera. Shiny new camera. Got a key light. Haven't turned it on today. But yeah, look at that. Got myself a key light. Oh, glowing. I don't always use it because it's quite bright in my room during the day. I've got a new mic. Hello. And I got this table for it all to go on. I assembled the table, and then I put like some weight on one end, and it just tilted. It's got these curved legs, and you can literally like get your finger and just press, and the table tilts back. So like if I mounted my screens on that table, like the whole table would just fell over. So I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. I want my screens to stay on my table. Alright. Cracking on. If our velocity is 300 to 1000, we're going to go like 0.1 to 1. Maybe 2. And maybe we don't do this unless the velocity is more than 300. So we don't get those like constant shakes, but we do get like a decent shake when we get a hit. Just gonna go back to my shake here. Just play it. It's cool, but like it's way too much. Because it lasts quite a while as well. It's like, can I make it last less time and then direction was not the direction that I was told. There's an issue. There's an issue with our direction math. Humbug. Something here. So drag force, drag, widget drag power. So I'm just going to move these around a bit. I had to do this to get this direction to work correctly, so I'm just going to do that over here as well. So I had to divide it by the view scale for this. Cool. Shake. Weird, my camera started like rotating. Okay, so we've got some shake in there. I think that's good. I do want to check that ripple. Put that ripple in here, grow it a little bit. Oh, come on. You can... I'll do. Right. So, does the ripple. Here. So fine if I'm right here. Okay. But there's no color. There's no color on it. It's just doesn't matter what color I use, it doesn't have a color. So I'm going to check out what's going on there. I've tried to make it pink. No such luck. That's pink. Yeah, in terms of color there, I don't really want the blacks. Like this black. I guess it has to have something there in order to appear as a color. can't just be additive? Is that not allowed? trying to fix this bloody material. I can't even see the ripple anymore. I don't know what I've done now. I wonder if I should multiply the refraction by something. Try that. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Great. Yeah, it's not too bad. I preferred it when it was inverted on the Okay, we'll leave it at that, right? Save all that. I need some sounds. So next up, whenever we do a shake, we're gonna play sound location. We'd also probably think about doing this as a world shake from the location, because when you've got 2 players, you don't really want it to mess with your view too much. Sometimes I don't get an effect at all. Just whatever. Really hard to see the dust. How I'm feeling right now. see them more now. The color balanced a little bit too. That's good. Okay. Sound. Oh yeah, the wild camera shake didn't work, did it? So what I'm going to do is we're only going to screen shake if you're local, or maybe if the velocity was really high. Sound. Okay. So for this, we just need some thuds. We're going to do some selectors. Let's say if the velocity is more than 600, we'll play a light or a heavy sound. For the hit, we'll do that at the location. Now we just need two sounds, which means we'll need a library. SLB, new folder, audio. Okay, do audio, sound attenuation, audio, sound concurrency. Now, one thing that we need to do in our BP PC is set our listen audio listener override. Then pawn, because this pawn changed. Then pawn changed. If the new pawn is valid, then we want to set it to the root component basically. So now what that means is for the local player, when we possess pawn, we'll do this, and also what we can do is get control pawn, and if that's valid, we should all pawn changed. In fact, we should just do that. We can just do that regardless. New pawn, and so if new pawn is valid, then we do this. This may be invalid, but it's fine. Okay, cool. Moving on, we are at the audio stage. Audio stage is good. Let's get some audio going. Free sound. I'm logged in. Yeah. So let's just go for thump. A good thump. Nope. Nope. Maybe. Nope. No, that's not good. Nope. Kind of nice. It's kind of soft. Dun 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 dun. Might sound annoying after a while. That will definitely sound annoying. Go for a thud. It's maybe the bit where people start dropping off my stream because they're too tinny. Too tinny. Every time you hit a wall, just goes to dubstep. It's like Tony Hawk's. Nope. Oh. Smash. Let's go for smash. Bonk. Bonk. Nope. Nope. I hate sound. It's got too much echo. That's great. Whatever. Metal drop. No. This. A pobble bonk. It's a frog. It's a frog sound. I just want the why? Why would you every time you hear a wall it just makes a chord. That's so stupid, man. It did say you could source them from anywhere, right? Let me just double check on the status of these. Hello? One sec, let me put my cam off. You can come in. I'm back. I'm back, baby. Right. No response on that one. No response on that one. Might be in a different time zone. Right. Overview. What did I say? Sounds. Yeah. So sounds. Sounds. Audio files here. Yes, audio, sound effects, and music plus fonts can be custom made or gathered from other sources. In that case, I have hit sounds in my library. So let's go take a look at those. Apparently I don't. Apparently I don't have hit sounds. Maybe assets, impact, sound effects. Hit punch, impact. Too crunchy. Punch and fighting sounds. Okay. I should have that in my asset library somewhere. Punch and fighting sounds. Bother. Punch and fighting sounds. Sorted. Sorted. Should be sorted. Oops, didn't need that. Okay. So pop this open. New sound attenuation. SA underscore, I don't know, close. Sound concurrency. SA underscore hit conk. Yes. SC underscore hit conk. What? What? Can't hear you. Oh, they're outside. I don't know, maybe they left. 50. SC hits. Yeah. So this sound concurrency, just limit this to like 3. This is an oldest, sure. Actual sound, audio, sound cue, S. Sound concurrency and sound cue, same thing. We'll do light hit. Well, actually, name this is impact light. Impact heavy. Set our attenuation and should be some concurrency. Okay, but then we just go punch and fight, WAV. Don't want those. So these for the light one. Nice. Okay, so that goes in our pawn. If it was that one, it's that. Oh, that didn't work. That, and then impact heavy. Same kind of deal, but we're going to pick different set of sounds. So punch, WAV. I want to go with these, like, for the big ones, it's going to be these comic, like, whoosh. About those last two, Those were great. Those two were pretty good. Like in terms of sounding like you just smacked into a wall. Let's try it. What needs to happen is this needs to be whenever this dust plays, basically. Otherwise, it ain't working. Okay, well, that's going well. We're going to turn it down. Volume multiplier select. More than 600, it can be loud, and otherwise we can do like 0.6. Put a volume slider in as well. It's disappeared again. Cool. Yeah. Cool. So what else? Could convert all of this to a function that's just like hit effect, and then I wouldn't need to have all these wires everywhere, but that's just polish. Right. How long have I been going? 2.5 hours? It's 10:30. Technically got another hour. I'm gonna have a quick break. I will be back. And I am back. Hello, hello. All right. Got to talk a little bit more to this jam host. Gonna post. Okay, so UI. This value bar here. I'm going to use the texture, this one, this one. Post it again. I hate that it doesn't let me post it. Try and add it through picking it again, because sometimes it doesn't seem to. Yeah, I mean, using basic primitives isn't allowed. Well, how am I supposed to render it? I can't render it if I can't use a basic primitive. Okay, so I've tried to explain that. I hope they get back to me. What I need to do about this. That's looking good. Let's get rid of that. I need to set up the multiplayer portion. I literally need to test the build. So let's get cracking doing a little bit of let's actually get the character select sorted and the server host join. So we're going to do a little bit of UI, probably for about an hour. Okay. Next time I'm trying to sell a table and a chair at the same time. Sorry, like I'm trying to do the stream, but life is getting in the way. So yeah, at least we've got good tunes. At least we've got good tunes. We're going to do some cool UI in a moment. Alright, I can't mute the phone because I have to sell the table. The table was crap. I don't know if you've been here when I talked about the table, but the table is terrible. I got the table, I got all my other gear, got my camera, got my key light, got my mic, got everything sorted for the stream, got a new table so that I could mount everything, got some camera, got some screen arms and stuff. Put some weight on the table and it just like tilted. Just like the table was gonna fall over. AI struggles with some things. I haven't used AI just yet. Not right this last second. What we're about to do though is we're going to create a menu. So let's create a menu level. Let's take these two assets. Actually, let's just save current level as SLB level underscore menu. And we will get rid of the player stats. Let's create a new blueprint core. We'll do GM underscore menu. But let's make a new folder menu. Make a new folder gameplay. GM, GS, BP, BP pawn, BP PC, that can all go in gameplay. Okay, GM menu can go in here. New blueprint HUD. BP HUD menu. New BP PC menu. Okay, this has been saved as menu. I'm going to go into the world settings, window, world settings, and just set that as the mode. Right, in that mode, let's set up the HUD as HUD menu. Let's set up the PC as PC menu. And let's just double check. We don't want a pawn. Like there is going to be no pawn. This is our menu level. So let's make sure we have a camera in this scene. There's going to be our main camera. Right click this and we can pilot this camera and just get a nice point of view. I'm going to use this here. And then I just need to go to the outliner, right click, stop, piloting, or eject. It's up here. Okay, cool. For the details on this, I'm going to disable the constraint aspect ratio so it's got this nice look. Good. Oh, it didn't eject me. Okay, so we've got this camera. That's how it looks. That's pretty cool. I'm going to need a widget. So user interface widget blueprint widget underscore menu. In the HUD menu class, let's go to the event graph, create a widget. That's our menu. Add that to the viewport. Pop this open. Let's get an overlay. We're not allowed to have any text. One of the challenges is that we can't have any text. I'm trying to get it to do a shader for you, but I can't. 2 curved arrows that spin in a circle to indicate that you can rotate something. I think I'll use a decal most likely instead of a shader. Yeah. The way I would do that is I would get a texture of an arrow. And I would curate them and then you can just use a rotator and just rotate it. I would actually curate those arrows for sure. And yeah, if you're using GPT, you can get it to make you the curved arrow texture. Like, give me 2 arrows in a circle, one on the top facing to the right, one on the bottom facing to the left, in white, in black and white, so that you can use it as a mask. And then it will give you that 512. In fact, I'll probably get some flack for this from artists, but like, give me a 512 by 512 mask texture of two curved arrows, one on the top curving to the right, one on the bottom curving to the left in a circle, basically. Black and white, thick, stylized. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So this kind of thing, right? And then you can take this. In fact, I'll just save it to my downloads folder. I'm not gonna commit obviously this work, but as a quick note for doing it for a friend. Okay, so bring that in, make a material, m_rotating arrows, pop that texture in here. That goes into the base color, get the UVs, get a custom rotator, get a time node. Actually, I think you can just use rotator. Just use time. And then we have speed here, so we could play with that. Get this. You can see here how it's clipping in the corners, right? You can see sometimes it overlaps. So what you can do in the sampling is clamp it. So now you have this. What you could do is then multiply this by like 10 and use that as the opacity mask. Put that into masked. 1 minus this because it's black and white, not white and black like I'd asked. And so now you've got your rotating arrows. It's the wrong way around. So we'll do 0. Just like -1. And so now you've got this. What I would actually do, instead of using the black here, I would actually 1 minus this, multiply this by 10, and then multiply this by... Actually, I'll just 1 minus it and then multiply it by a color. So let's say we wanted like blue arrows. Convert this to a parameter color. Plug that in. Now you've got your like blue arrows. You could even do some stuff where you take this and break it, and then you could lerp with the green channel between two colors, like color A, color B. Plug that in. Have some cool gradient on there. So that's how I would do a pair of curving arrows. I'll leave it on screen there, and then I'll go and delete it entirely because we're not allowed to import custom assets. Boop boop, which is completely awesome. I like the jam. Discovering some limitations, but hey. So let's do a vertical box. How do I want this menu to feel? I really enjoyed Peak, right? In Peak, you start the game, you have a basic menu to begin with, which allows you to load into a really simple scene. All of this game is going to be really simple scenes, but in particular, you load into a level. And in that level, once you're in the game, that's where you can customize your character, and then you go to a session. So I want to basically allow the user to click like host game or join game. There's not allowed to be any text, which I find quite funny. I'm going to use Steam Core in that case, and so you're going to have two buttons. And one button could be like single player, and the other button will be like friends. And then when you click on that, it will show you, it will just bring up your friends list and say like invite friend or join. Yeah, like invite friend, I guess it would be. Um, how could I make this without text? This is the challenge now. The challenge is like, can you do it without text in an hour and cook it? So, thinking about this, do I want the player to immediately sort of land in the game as a character and be able to move around? Do I want them to pick how they look before they play? Maybe even have that in the escape menu as the same widget. I will set that up soon, so I'll have to set that up. That's going to be a pain because they're like, I've got to composite them into a texture. It'll be fine. Because yeah, I'll have shapes and I'll have faces, and that will combine into a material, and that material will be what your character is. In fact, I'll do that instead of what I've done. We'll see. That's character select. Right now I just want to worry about getting into a game together. We'll do the character select later. Server host and join I think is more important. Friend overlay, Steam overlay. Edit plugins, Steam. I don't have access to a plugin that I need, so I'm just going to close the game, save everything here. Let's go here, and then I'm just going to type in Steam Core. And we're going to add it to... Pretty sure we're in 5.6 for this one. Yeah, we are. So we'll install Steam Core to 5.6. Then I'm just going to set up my configs for this game. So Steam, let's get rid of this. Let's go working, UXIF, game jams, Super Bros, configs. Let's keep this open. Also going to need open a new tab to go to my game projects. The last time I used Steam Core was probably this. Oh, that's the engine. Git? No. Perforce, exfil, configs, engine. Well, we don't care about voice. Online sub system, Steam. These are all the app IDs. We had some anti-cheat stuff there, which is pretty funny. Default engine. It's default engine, yeah. Put this in. We don't want voice. It's enabled. We're gonna have to go with, I think it's 480. The app ID. I don't know if this is gonna work without actual Steam. We'll see. So put some bandwidth throttles in here. Okay, let's go with that. Default game. I don't think we need to mess with default game. Maybe we do. So in default game, I'm just adding this total bandwidth bit, which will be fine. Yeah, we'll go with that. Pop open our game again. Let's check if we got any replies. Nothing on there. Nothing on there. Hit play. Doesn't assume the camera. So let's go into the level blueprint. Let's bring this out of the way. In our outliner, we made a camera. Don't need this camera shake actor. We do need the camera though. We'll grab that. Create a reference to this camera. I don't know if I should just let you be your character off the bat. Wouldn't it be cool if you were your character? Would that be cool? I feel like that could be cool. Player start. Now, all games need a typical menu. That's going to be my rule of thumb. I'm going to say that. That's what I'm going to say. Create a reference actor. Get player controller 0 and view blend with a target, which is this camera actor, and then we can lock the outgoing play. Okay, so we get this, and this is where our menu was set on top of. So we should have in our menu we have this UI. Let's make a button. We're not allowed to have text. Don't forget, no text. I keep thinking about downloading a font, but we're specifically not downloading a font. Okay, so this will be the button underscore solo, and then we'll have a button underscore co-op. Actually, replace this with a horizontal box, and then we'll add some padding to these, like 20 units. And then, so for these button images, I need to actually create an image. So using the Kenney art, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to create a new material, M underscore composite body, and I'm going to say, all right, there is, let's go to Kenney here. There is, in fact, we'll do emissive because it's going to be well, it's going to be a UI shader anyway. So let's go translucent. Let's put this into opacity. Okay, convert this to a parameter. This is body, and then we've got face. So we'll add this face on top, hopefully. We'll see how well that works, and we'll keep just the core of that. Let's put this face in. Didn't really work. Scale center. Do a UV2. I think we'll go 0.6 scale. Make sure that this is set to clamp. We'll lerp by this alpha between this and this and see if that works on that material instead. So that's cool. This should be clamped. It's not looking great. Yeah, compositing that is not looking good. That's annoying. I guess we won't do that. Why? Why? Is there a way to fix that? Put this in here. I need to get rid of this outline. SassGPT. I can't do that to the source PNG because I'm not allowed to fix them. Disable bitmaps. Okay, let's try that. That's no bitmaps. What's going on here? Alright, unexpected type name float 2. Okay. Apparently I might be able to set this to a different type of compression. Mask? What is that? No, that didn't work. That didn't work. So what do you want? Do you want user interface now? It's literally scaling it by the center. Yeah, sure. So I'm just going to ask GPT, try instead of circle removal. I'm going to ask it to give me, hopefully, a square edge border. So we'll multiply this like so, and then border size. We do need UVs. We'll take border size here. Okay. And then hopefully we can play this. Oh damn, it's redefined border size again. Okay, and then border size 0.02, 0.01. If I do naught, it seems to be doing whatever it wants now anyway. Final color? No. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. So what I can do now is multiply. We'll do body color. Convert to parameter body color. We'll multiply these together, and this will just be like purple to start with. So purple dude. Put that in there. Okay, so we've got a purple person with a body. Okay, so what we can do with this is we can create a material instance, and now I can say, okay, actually I want the diamond body, or I want square, and I want a different face. And so what we'll do is we'll do this for single player. So we'll go back to our menu, and in here we can have an image. Pop that in. Let's get open these buttons, and you go into style and just get rid of the padding, and then set these images to the size that we want. So I'll go with 128. And for the buttons background, I'll just turn it off. So yeah, when it's normal, I'll just make it darker, hopefully. See how that looks when you hover right now. Not great. Why have all my materials disappeared? Sampler should be linear color. What? Really? Okay. Now we're getting these artifacts around the edges. Open these two asset actions, edit by property matrix, and just look at the difference. Okay, so face A. So I need to go to the Kenney assets and actually change pretty much everything, I'd say. Asset actions, edit. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes. Then we go to wrap. Good. God. Piling method. Set all of these to clamp. Okay. And then I level. Okay, now we're ready again. And then when I hover this, nothing happens. When I click it, nothing happens. So we need to work on that. So, let's actually take this image, and instead of having an image here, go to solo, normal, click on that, compile, background color, yeah. So turn that on, cool. Image size, 260, actually that's way too big. That's massive. Okay, so now we have that. It has this bloody border on it. Okay, let's go 12. Cool, that's a button. He's not going to like that because it's editing the assets, so let's just say none, or just image, sorry. So that's good. Default image color is a little dark. Let's just bring it up here. Okay. So that's our solo button. And I guess when I press it, we could pad it. Right, yeah. I need to take the normal button and just paste it into the others, and then when we're hovered, we'll lighten. Button, cool. For the click sound, we'll use one of those punches that we had. If I click off the UI, I lose my mouse. So what we need to do in our VPGM, I'll go PC, and then we'll go event receive controller changed. No. Well, this is a local controller. It's for the menu, so we can just say set mode UI only. Self on here. But we could do this from the HUD, and it would probably be nicer, because we can tell it to focus this widget. Okay, so we got a button for solo, and then we'll just take an image and we'll use one of the Kenney assets. We'll use this bar. We'll say actually we just want it to be this thin bar, and we'll do it as a box 0.5. That didn't work. Awesome. But that didn't work. Right image. What other options have we got? Wrap our entire menu. Wrap with a blur. And then also wrap this with border. That is sort of transparent black. A little bit less transparent. So that's our solo. That is just one button that that has a state. I want to do a button that's okay. So the next button I'm going to do is going to have to be different. It's going to have to be in a horizontal box. Actually going to be this image though. Don't know why that's rendering like that. It's a bit strange. Let's get two more of these. We're just gonna make like an orange friend or a slightly yellow friend with game face. Do green friend with a game face. And that will hopefully be our co-op one. So that. We are going to get rid of the background color this time. Make these non-hit testable. Padding. Take them a bit to make it a little bit fun. Maybe we could offset it though. So hopefully 1 player, 2 player. So the idea is going to be that when you click this, it will open up. We'll open something up. So let's grab the sound. It'll open up the Steam overlay to invite a friend, basically. Although I'm gonna have to open the map and then invite the friend. I should have a lobby. Should have a lobby. I think it's getting close to lunchtime, which is a good chance to just have a brain break, think about this a bit more. We've got something started. I'm going to carry on to finish the button quickly. But this highlights when you hover it, right? So what we can do for these guys, in fact, we can take this and just say that the color and opacity is slightly darker, right? And then when this button, which we can make a variable, when this gets hovered and unhovered, we can take that co-op button and set the color and opacity, and we'll just say here when it's hovered it's white, and when it's not hovered it's just less white. That'll simulate the same effect that this one was doing, if not a little bit more verbose, a little bit more obvious, I would say. So maybe we change the normal here, just bring that down. Like, which one do you want to do? Do you want to do this one, or do you want to do this one? It's like, I want to do two faces. But with no UI, it's a little bit difficult to really know, and so no text. You're not allowed text in my challenge that I'm doing. So here you'd have the solo, and here you'd have the duo. In the escape menu, I will allow you to set it up as a co-op, I guess. I'm gonna have a little audio bar here, just so you can turn the audio up and down. Let's at least try and get this this button sorted here. So when you click this overlay, Steam. Oh, I haven't enabled the so plugins, Steam, core. Turn that on. Gonna need the Steam online subsystem for sure. God, I hope this works, because otherwise I'll be annoyed. It's the long and short of it. The Steam ID of the lobby that the selected users will be invited to. I'm not going to use lobby. Unless I can just get lobby. Steam things? Yeah. What I'm thinking of doing is just opening the overlay for the friends. Let's try that quickly. Play, click. Not going to work unless I'm in standalone. Let's just run it in standalone quickly. It's probably not going to open me on the right map, but we'll see. There we go. So technically, I can't. Right, so you click this, and then you get your friends overlay. And so it's like, invite anyone to play. Share a link with anyone and they can join your game using remote play. That's not true. So, friend, like invite? Invite user to game, invite user to lobby, activate the game invite dialogue. Yeah, this, I don't know what will happen. I don't know what the Steam ID lobby is. Yeah, this is what I want to use. I just want to like click on a person. That's cool. Well, we'll keep it open. Create lobby. Create, I guess, a public lobby with 2 maximum members. Create a new lobby. This will be the lobby data that will save to the game state, assuming it was successful. Let's create a public lobby. And on callback, guess I'll just print string failed. Otherwise, I'll open level. Let's do level underscore fight with question mark listen. We need a game instance. That's one thing that we need. Blueprint game instance. So BPGI. In reason for this one, game instance can hold lobby data. It can hold any data. It can hold it between levels. What's this? Create lobby data. So what we can do is get the game instance from anywhere. Just cast it to our BPGI. Set the create lobby, or set the lobby data to whatever this was if it was successful, and then cache it. Cache it, and then load the new level. I've never used lobbies before, so this is going to go really well. Edit, project settings, game instance. We'll just pick our BPGI, save that, open this as standalone. Apparently it worked. It wouldn't have opened if the lobby didn't get created. So what we'll do, 2 things I need to do. the game is opening in a crappy resolution. So init, event init in the GI. I'm just gonna go like full screen, please. Okay, so execute console command with no specific player. It's just r.set res f. Or we can go windowed full screen. Let's try that. That didn't work. Work. Open up our player controller and try it this way. I go full screen. So weird. Edit project settings, platforms, Windows. Default RHI is DX11. Window mode. Project settings, Windows launch window mode. Platforms, Windows launch. Option. Launch is not a thing. Edit project settings, allow full screen. If I do this and then do Alt Enter, is that going to actually? Okay. Open level fight. Then, yeah, this should be interesting, right? I need to get rid of the camera shake and the particle effect and just save that out. Yeah, why is it doing my standalone game as like a little baby window? Is it because of this? So what I need to do is go edit project settings, cook map and add the menu to this menu. Probably reorganize these because the menu is going to be the one that we use in maps and modes as the game default map menu. Advanced server default map will be fight. Of course, you're fighting in co-op, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay. Control Shift S. Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm gonna cook this and see. When we, what I'm gonna do is when we hit. Firstly, event join. Event. Oh, we might need to repair in this file. Parent Steam core. There's like in the game instance there should be event for like a join request or something. I need to go and look at the Steam core. Steam core instance invite. Listen for session invite accepted. It requires me to have an actual Steam account. Like a game on Steam. Which I ain't doing. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that at all. Right, let's go here. We're not going to use lobbies. Get rid of this, this, compile that. We're going to go back to here, I believe. Wait, no, here, delete this, compile this, go here, plugins, Steam core, turn that off, close everything down. I'm going to go to the internet and we're just going to type in advanced sessions plugin UE5. U56. It's been a while. Okay, so here we have advanced sessions. I don't know if this is the right version, so let's go here. UE4. All I know, actually, I don't even need to do this. So you can find it through there, but I'm just going to do it the quick way, which is to go to my games, UXIF. I did some templates, arena shooter. I got some plugins. Copy these. Back. Forward. Game Jam, Super Launch Bros. New folder. Plugins. Paste those here. Additionally, what I could do just to save any issues is go into arena configs here, go to configs, go to default game and default engine, go back, go to game jam, Super Launch Bros, config, default game, default engine, and just copy whatever over. So default game here, no, don't need that, don't need that. Okay, so game, don't need anything in game. I mean, we can keep that there, that's fine. Right, this is this one, so we don't want voice, we do want Steam, 4A777, max this, that, the other, thresholds, cool. Let's take that. Oh, subsets default, subsets, okay, let's just put all of that here. Let's save it. And then open Super Launch Bros. Because we couldn't use Super Smash Bros. Weren't allowed. Not allowed. Okay, so we're open, and then what we're going to do is in the menu, when you click that button, create session. Get owning player, public connections 2, on success, do this, on failed, do this. And then all that. When we get to our gameplay for now, what we'll do, BPPC, friend overlay, open Steam user, oh no, okay. Invite friend, show advanced external UI, show invite UI, owning get player controller, sure. I hope advanced external UI library is what we want. In fact, we can find out in a moment. So that will happen. In our game instance, we have now event, invite, oh no, so we file, parent, advanced, friends game interface, event, event invite, event on session invite accepted, session to join session, get player controller 0. So what that means is when I invite you and then you go and accept it on Steam, you're just going to join the game. Sorted. Let's give that a go. Pop a version of this open. We could try 2 versions. I don't know if it will work with 2 versions. It immediately opened me to the wrong map. Core, SLB, menu. Let's do 2, net mode, standalone, play. Okay. So we've got 2 people. One of them is going to launch a level. The game instance is currently shared, but it opens up the invite interface, which of course then we could just close. Should be fine. Alright, I'm going to leave it there. I need to go for lunch. I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks for joining. We got so much to do. But that's a typical game jam if you're doing it with me. So we just want to do it all. We just want to do everything. Okay. I'll be back. We'll finish up the invite UI. We'll finish up character select. Don't know if I'm going to do enemies. Might just do a climbing game. Enemies will just make it take longer. We'll need some kind of damage because it'll be kind of boring to climb with no hazards. So if we do hazards, we can take damage. We're probably going to need a way to regenerate that damage. So yeah, I don't know. The feeling of power, the concept was to like pull on this character and smash into the wall, and then like have all the enemies die, and all the enemies are symmetrically coming in on screen, and there's waves. So maybe that is easy. I don't know. We'll see in a little while. Thanks very much for joining, and it's a little bit of a quiet one. Game jams are a long process. It's not as active, lively, or energetic as our other streams that we do regularly. But that's part of the magic. So I'll see you in the next one if I see you in the next one. Thanks for joining. Catch you in a bit.